Hello, and welcome to app development. So, you might be wondering why there's nothing up on the screen. There's a reason for that. Just like with the art stream introduction, we're going to do a bit of an introduction as to what's going on here. So, starting from nothing, we have last Saturday, my sub goal of making an app on stream was met. So I've been advertising for a bit that I can make apps for people. Hasn't happened, but I've been advertising it. I also have made a few apps. I made my website. I made some stuff for my Pokemon streams. Basically, just general organizing items, and that's what I think this program is best at. That I'm using. It's an app developer program. For this stream, because I need to be able to display all of that and everything, I tried several things, and what I found out was the best way to do it was just to show this, which is my main display, which I have up normally. This is where my stream, where my OBS normally sits, is on this window. Now it's on the one. Now it's on my display to my right. So if you see me looking over to the left on screen, that's my right. That's where chat is. So that's what's going on there. Next up, the reason why I needed to do it this way is because this program does a lot of pop-ups. It's for properties windows and such. It's a low-code app developer. Does that mean it's easy? To some degree. It's certainly easier than trying to write the code all the code yourself. I don't know HTML, and I didn't have to learn it for this. I had to learn some other scripting languages, but I did not have to learn HTML. I did, however, know other code prior to doing this. Like, I knew how to do some minor levels of C++, for example. I did one semester, or I did 2 semesters, but I didn't understand the second one. I got an A, or I think I got a B. Anyway, so crap. I'm gonna turn off the display because I didn't realize it would have. So throughout once a month, it has me sign in. I don't want it to show that, so I'm gonna turn off the display for a second. Sorry. Let's see. I did not expect that. It hasn't had me sign in for the past, for the past while. So I didn't expect that. Where is my password? I use a password organizer because, I have like a couple hundred passwords that I have to remember. Like everyone else. Alright, let's see. Alright, now we're at the screen I was expecting to see. So there we go. So, you can see all of the different apps that I've made. Some are useful, anything below extensible timer or not. I'm not saying that they're completely unusable. I'm just saying they haven't worked well. Because I didn't understand as well what I was doing, and I made things in them that didn't work well. So I have this character profiles down here. This was my first attempt at the app that I plan to make today. Like I said, I made something in it that didn't work well. So the first thing you do is you create a new app. Now, they have all these templates, but I should note, Mendix is made for large companies, not for individual folks like me. That said, they have a free version, which is what I'm using today. I've read over the terms of service and such for it many times, and it says that this program is to be used for your business purposes. Which I said that my business was entertainment. You know, I feel like making apps for entertainment is my business purpose with this. I'm not saying, oh, I'm violating. No. I'm doing exactly what they said for your business purpose, and my business purpose is whatever helps my stream or any other project I feel like working on, because my business is me. You need a company email for it because of the way that they organize things within their own cloud. So my company email is the one that I used for my domain for my website, dragonriderluke.1. Anyway, so they have all these templates, and they have a lot of templates here, but they're mostly for larger companies. So I generally just start with blank web app. Now we need to name the app name. We'll go with character organizer. And you're seeing everything as I see it. There's no speeding up some of these things, but they have managed to make it so that this stuff is relatively fast considering all that it's doing. Now, you might be wondering, why do I have no music today? The answer is I have the same music playlist that I had for my art, and when I do this stuff, I generally don't have any music going at all. I just sit here and do it the entire time. So it might be a bit of a hassle to get that music going, but I will at least have some of the time, if I can, manage to remember. Oh, right, I'm supposed to have that on screen, aren't I? If I do that, I need a text source. Playlist credits. This has to be visible somewhere. You know what? I think that's fine. Alright, so this is what we get every time that we open up a new app. We have my first module, app character organizer is just the general organizer for the app. And then we have a domain model, home web, and images. We're going to be making a lot of use of various things, but the first thing I generally do is my domain model. Although I should probably change the name of this. So we have the domain model. This is where you design what all is going to be existing in an app. This is object-oriented programming, if you're familiar with that concept. Basically, it means that you group things into tables. We're not going to be actually seeing the tables, instead we see entities. It's the name of what is stored under it. So every character is going to be in a story, right? And then stories can have names. That'll be a string. I'm gonna limit it to 200 characters. I don't know that anyone's... Actually, I'm gonna limit that to 100. Because I don't know that anyone could ever really make that. Hello, Knock79. How's it going? I'm just getting started. Welcome to the stream. How are you doing today? Knock? Okay. So, I'm making an app, which is a character organizer. Mostly for roleplay. There's plenty of these things for D&D and such, so I'm not really trying to step on their toes. But I'm trying to make it for anyone who's trying to do roleplay of any other kind. So... stories will have names. I can have a type of story, but I don't know that that's strict. You know what? It'll help people see what kind of story this is. We're gonna have a what do you call it? Genre? Yeah. And then we'll make this of type enumeration, which means that I'm gonna have to actually define these all. When you make an enumeration, you cannot change the name of what it is ever. You can delete things, but you can't. Sounds like a broad problem space. Right. If I have chat to the right of me, which is not where I normally look for it. So if I take a while to see what you're saying, that's why. Broad problem space? Yeah, I mean, I've encountered it. There are writing tools that are made for this, but they're not really made for roleplay. Alright, so... okay. So we have genres, let's see, fantasy... sci-fi... what other? Historic... what other genres are there? Modern... I think that generally covers it. Well, we'll make one for other. And then we'll have an other genre. And that'll be a string. And I'll limit that to 50 characters. It can't be too long. And then we also want a short description. Can't have spaces. And I'll have that of unlimited length. That'll be a promotional description that folks put below their title. We'll just start with this. Then, next up, we have a character. And this is a generalization of the system image. There's a reason for that, by the way. Or not a generalization. It's a particular of system image. The reason for that is I want people to be able to upload images of their characters. Characters will have names. For the purpose, I found out this the hard way. If you name a field name, then autofill on like MS Edge and whatever will store your responses. And I know that people love their really long character names, but I'm gonna keep this limited to 200 characters. Or 100. Characters. Let's see. Just the basic attributes of characters that are not going to vary by story. We'll have they'll have an age. That's going to be an integer. And they'll have well, actually, yeah, we're going to allow people to store that as a decimal. Just in case someone wants to say that their character is 0.5 years old or something. And then I'll also have and in case you're wondering, this is exactly the app development process that I normally go through. Let's see. We have... Can't really say, like, race or anything else as anything at the moment. Yeah, I think I'll just leave that. Am I a professional dev? No. I have been advertising that I can develop apps for other people, but it doesn't mean anyone's taken the bait. I'm not saying it's a trick, I'm just saying nobody's asked. But I have made apps, like my website and such. So then we have a character. Characters are related to stories. One story can have many characters, but there's also other relationships here. For this, there's security as well behind things. And I want to have an association with user. So one user can own many stories. Same thing for characters. You do this, and now people will own their own characters, and nobody else can edit them. So then the next thing that we need is, right, this is going to be fun. I need an association with character. So that is a self-referencing thing there. And basically what it is can I rename that relationship? Actually, no, I don't want that. I want an entity describing the relationship because I'm going to want to be able to generate those with details. And it doesn't really matter what I call it because I can just make the text display whatever I want whenever it shows up, but I do want to have at least a description for myself as to what's going on there. I do want this to be an enumeration because I'll want to be able to auto-generate things if they are certain values. For example, if you have if we have a then we'll want to have a child. And then we also have spouse. I'm not getting specific on that because it just makes it unnecessarily specific. And then, of course, we're going to have an other. Those are just what I came up with beforehand. And then we also are going to have an relationship, and then and that'll be a longer string. 200 is the default on that, and it's a pretty good limit, but for some things you don't want it to be too long. And then we want to have a short description as well. And then I forgot to make a long description for this. Okay, so very important to define in my head what each of these mean. So this will be a one-to-one. And what it means is this is the relationship to a given character. So if the character is deleted, then obviously you would want to get rid of the relationship because there's no longer a relationship to a character. Same thing on this one as well. But basically, when a character has a relationship, they can go through this one. This one goes back to pointing to whatever character that they are in a relationship with. I need to have this both ways, because it is relating two characters to each other, but we need to have it with the one on this side and the many on that side, because one character can have many relationships, but each relationship is specifically between two characters. Then I also want to, I'm going to move this up here. I want to have a boolean here of public, or I'll call it private. Because I want people to be able to mark their characters. Oh, fine, public. Is that... That's reserved as well. Okay. That's fair enough. There we go. We'll call it is private. And the default value is true because before someone is ready to get something shown, then I would want that to be set that way. Next up, we have validations. Yeah, we have validation rules. My problem with that is that looks like ls private. That's the reason why I use the lowercase I there. Anyway, the title is required. The genre is required. The short description will be required, the long description will not be. And also we need to have a thing on title that they are that they are unique. Same thing for characters, except we're not going to keep a unique validation rule. People can share names, but it will be need to be required. And then relationships. The relationship type is required. So then we have our initial setup and validation rules. Now we need to actually start on making stuff that people will see. All that stuff I just did, nobody will ever see outside of me, basically. It's the back end for things. We have our home page. I'm not going to make anything too fancy here. For starters, we're working on making a minimum viable product here today. My goal is that I'll be able to upload this and have people test it out. This is Mendix. It's an app developer made by a company called Mendix, which is owned by Siemens, which makes simulation software. They're marketing this as their interface software, which is very good at doing. It's mostly for organizing things because it uses SQL as its backend, and for connecting various databases. I haven't used that second function ever, but it is useful for that. Different app development software will be useful for different things, and this is mostly for the purpose of organizing things. They've actually specifically stated that if you want to try calculating things with this, you'd best use other software. They said, like, export it to Power BI and then bring it back and bring the results back in. So, right, I forgot. I'm gonna have to go back to the domain model. I have had oodles and oodles of problems with this in the past, so we're going to just do the same thing as before. If you don't exit it out first, then you get an error when you try and do this. I have this user request entity here. Is there any code involved? Yes, but it's a low code thing. There will be code, but not much. It's like writing if-then statements. We'll be getting to that eventually, but first I need to make some pages. So I have a user request system here, and the purpose of that is that anonymous users cannot make their own accounts. I don't know how other people do it, and Mendix has said that anonymous users can make their own accounts, but I haven't found how. So instead I have this user request system, which is basically anonymous users make an entity that says, I want to have a new username. I want to have a login. So all you do is you say, you send that to me. I want to have a login, and what it does is this user request is visible only to me as the administrator, not to anyone else, and then they put in their desired username and their email, and I send an email to them once I've made their username and a randomly generated password. They can change their password and everything once they've done that. It's just, that's what that is. Because it just doesn't ever work. When every single time that I've tried making it so that anonymous users could make an account, it just didn't happen. It just didn't happen. I threw an error and it said, contact your administrator. So I said, forget it. So, this is the character organizer. We're going to want to have a layout grid here so that we have a few things. We'll start with 3, 3, 3, 3. And first up, I will need, just before I forget, I need a list view of user requests. For now, we're gonna just set it as that. Sure. On click shows a page. It'll be user request view. And we'll want this. And it auto-generates that. We have auto-generate the contents. I want to make this a table so that it doesn't have the username next to the email, because I want to show you this. Right now we have structure mode, which shows me the back end of everything, but it's not one-to-one with what people see. That's design mode. So we see it shows username and immediately next to it is email. I don't want that, so that's why I made the table. This way it'll be stacked. Honestly, I can take this outside of that. Does this have any properties to it when it shows up? It does not. Okay. Then the next thing we need is, if we're going to have this, it needs to be visibility is I need to make a user role. Security. I don't want to do that yet. We'll do that eventually. Security is best done at the end. Let's see. So then I also am going to want to have a delete button for these. For when I've gone and finished with them. And we're going to want a create button for people who aren't signed in. Let's see. Yeah, that works. I guess I could make the button style success. That's what I tend to do for creation activities. Then we come here over to user request view. I'm going to change that to new edit, which is their normal thing. And it just says username and email. We're going to change the email type to grows automatically because I don't think it's going to need to be this whole thing. And also, I screwed up when I was making this. Thanks for the follow, Knock. So this needs to be a pop-up. Oh, little pop-up. Here's where I want the delete button, actually, is up here. So then the next thing that I need to do is we need to actually make it so that people can start seeing these stories. I'm actually going to merge these things. And manual 9. And this is auto fit on Ellen phone. Next up, we have our list view. This is going to be a list of the stories. And sure. I want it to store the created date and the change date, and I also want it to store the owner. Where's it used? Oh, in the text. No, it's gone. Delete. Same thing here. Oh, it's already storing the owner. Then, let's get rid of this. Because I keep forgetting that you can just store it like that. What exactly is structure mode doing? It's showing me, it's just a general, you can see things in terms of all of their details. So design mode says, here's what things look like, but you might notice there's a lot fewer details on this, which is why I have it in structure mode, because you can see these blue bars up here that say, here's the sort order, here's what you search on. I want this to have, it'll store the created date. And if I come over here, I can change the sort order. So, but I can't change that here. Yes. This one, we're going to want to store it, sort it by the, title is what everyone expects, but then we're also going to sort on the, well, I guess that would, if the title is enforced unique, then I guess that wouldn't be a reason that you need those dates, would you? That's storing everything anyway, because it's system image and relationship. I'm going to store the owner. And the change date for now. So here we have another thing that I might want to put in a table so that we don't have a bunch of things stacked on top of each other. We have the title, we have the genre, we have other genre. We have a short description. Long description is private or gone. We don't need this row. And then also, we're going to put other genre here. So we'll get rid of that row. And what we have here instead is, we're going to have... And here's where the code comes in. if it's other, then you want to show the other genre. And then we need an else. Then it shows get caption. And I screwed up at the start. Genre. Because that's an invalid object. Argument. There we go. So now, if it's other, then it'll show the other, or then it'll show what the person displayed as the other genre. Otherwise, it'll show the genre selected. I think that's good enough for there. On click is going to be show a page. And I'm gonna set this up as a blank page. Because I shouldn't do a blank page. This is going to throw an error now because the thing it's looking for doesn't exist. I'm going to do a list. We're going to add more details to this list, but we're going to start with a list. Here. So this is our story, but what I want is we're passing in a data view. We're gonna put everything inside of that. And I also don't want to show the footer. This is going to be our story. The reason why I had to show this as displaying my entire desktop is because of the insane number of pop-ups that this program generates. And I think you can start to see that. And capturing pop-ups is not something OBS does natively. Not without doing a method like I have here where I'm just capturing the entire display. Let's see. I always like to start with the header block because it helps remind me what's supposed to be on a given page. First up, we need the curly brackets with the 1 inside are so that it can open up a reference. We have the long description. And then this will be a list of characters. And we'll want another table. Table's my favorite way for vertically organizing things. But there are plenty of ways that you can do this. We need the character name, and it's going to be... Let's take this outside so I can do this more easily. That'll be all the way across the top. We have age. We're going to put years after it. Is private is never going to show up on general overview. What is this? Oh, it's the image name. Every image will come with a name, so that's what was showing up there. So good thing I came up with C name there. Next up, then we'll need the This is gonna be fun. I need to. I'm setting this up so that story creators. You might notice that I'm a little bare on details for characters. There's a reason for that. Story creators will be able to designate all of the necessary details for every character, which means that we're going to have a bunch of things that are paired true and false on characters. And we're going to have a lot of lists of things. And lists are probably not the best way to display things, but when you want to have ultimate customizability, that's how you do it. I need to have a button for edit details. And also I need to have a button for making a story. This will show up if genre is other. It has the default of 5 lines or whatever. You can set up how many lines you want it to be, but that means you'll have a scroll bar. And I don't like scroll bars. Then is private. And back over to the story view. I want to have I'm going to start with a create button just so that it'll generate this. But I need to have character details as a thing. You know what, we're gonna start with this. This is 1-to-1. And that's 1-to-many. Yeah, there we go. What are the things? We're going to be making lists of other things, so we're going to have here, let me what's my I have made an RP, so I'm going to see what are my things. We have that's stuff that should have been there anyway. We have skills, and we're setting this up as booleans because we're going to let the story organizer determine what they want here. Magic or spells. We'll say spells. Equipment. And we're going to actually have attribute 1. And attribute 1 name. And this is going to be a string. Sure, we'll do 200. And there's a reason for that, that I'm doing it that way. And so that people can have customizable stuff. Then we also have basic information that I should have put in here. We have the physical description. That'll be an unlimited string. And we have the occupation. And that'll be a short string. And then we have their history. That's an unlimited string. And now, we get lots of fun over here. Attribute 1 is, and it has an attribute of type string unlimited. Attribute 2 and attribute 3. So now we have customizable attributes that folks can add to these stories. And in case you're thinking, oh, this looks rather chaotic, you should see what the folks at Mendix have generated. In fact, I will show you right now. You want to see something that's complicated? Take a look at the domain model for the system. Okay, that has improved greatly since I last looked at it. I don't know why they updated it, but it used to look terrible. It used to look terrible. But yes, they have a lot of things here. Yeah, no, last time I looked at it, which was the previous version, I will admit, it was on 9.10 instead of 9.14, it was really, really chaotic. Can I see... Yeah, so their administration doesn't look bad. Yeah, it looks like they've went and actually updated all of these things, so it's a little easier to understand. Which is nice! They didn't do that before. They did not. It was very chaotic. What they did before, basically, they had the user at the top, and then it just... everything spider-webbed out. But I guess they wanted people to actually be able to understand what they were looking at. So let's try and fix this then, eh? The user request is wholly separate, and I just do not need that to be anywhere relevant. Alright, so let's go. It's worse at most. I'm guessing that you're in a position where you would actually see that then, because I'm not in IT. I've never seen a domain model for any of our stuff. Oh man, okay. So you do all of the stuff that I didn't care to learn, and learn this instead. In case you're wondering, this application in general took me about a week to get into the point where I could start to make my own stuff. though I'd been using it for a few months before I actually went and made things that actually worked, like my website. I started learning it last June, and I made my website in January. So, yep, that's what the purpose of this is so that you can make things like this relatively simply. Now, it's not saying that I had no coding experience. I have worked with C++ and stuff before. It's just not to nearly this level. I made stuff that ran in the command line. Yep, ads. Okay. Let's see, next up is, we have... Right. We need to make character details. Open page button. They made, so Twitch said to all affiliates, hey, if you set your ad frequency to whatever, it's 3 minutes per hour. If you set your ad frequency to 3 minutes per hour, which is really high, don't get me wrong, then you can get more. Then you can get a higher ad payout. I was like, oh, my goodness, fine. So that's what I did. But I've found that lately, their ad frequency has gone even higher than whatever streamers set it as, and the only way to dodge that is to subscribe. I'm sorry. I could set it to off, and it would just do that. I could set it to base. I could turn ads off, and it would still give you ads. 40 minutes! Yeah, I know. So, yeah. We need character details. I need that as a form. And I like to put these as info. No, this should be character detail. Or, no. It should be... We have story. And then inside of that, we have the data view for character detail. And autofill. It's waiting for you to be engaged. I've seen people who are actively chatting and then suddenly complain about ads. So, And I've also seen... actually, you know what? That might be the case. Because I've seen... so, actively chatting means you get ads all the time, but I've had times where I was listening to a stream while I was making dinner, so that meant I wasn't chatting at all, and people kept complaining about ads. I'm like, I'm not getting any ads. That might be the case. That's stupid, though. I mean, yeah, that's smart advertising protocol, but at the same time, it's when the viewer most wants to hear what the streamer has to say. Anyway. So these attribute names will only show up when they're actually being used. I'm going to put some text here that clarifies what all is going on down there. And up here, we need some other text. And I want this gone. And also, I'm going to change all of these from yes, no to checkboxes. I'm going to just put a checkbox after each of these. I'll fix that in a second. Skills. Equipment. Spells. Attribute 1. Attribute 2. Attribute 3. Okay. So there's that. I'm gonna go ahead and save all. It saves per page, but I want to save everything because I've done a lot of work, and I mean I've been working on this for a little over an hour. Probably should save. All right. I haven't had any issues with this platform ever crashing, but I still want to be safe. Windows might crash. I don't know. Anyway, let's see. Oh, this one doesn't have spaces. And then we have I'm going to want to do something different with my story new edit, right? It's supposed to save changes and close the page, but I'd rather do something else. So in this thing, instead of functions, they have microflows and nanoflows. I don't know the difference. Never trust every time you pause the thing. Fair enough. Yeah. It has microflows and nanoflows. Nanoflows are typically stuff for like phone functions. So I've never used them. I use microflows. This one is going to be called it's going to be create character details. So what this is going to do is, first thing it's going to do is save the story. We're also going to close the current page. This is what the save button does, by the way. Commit, close page. But then we're also going to create a new object. Well, no. We're not going to do that every time. But here, we'll start with this. We're creating character detail. But not if it already exists. If the story slash character detail if it's empty, then it's a new story. If it's not empty, then it'll just end. But then when we do create a character detail, then it needs to show a page for it. It's going to have the story set when it makes the character detail. The story relationship is set, and we need to show the page. Put the new character detail, and the page is this one. And that's the function. You saw how fast I made that and how little code there was involved. That is part of what makes this easier to learn. There is some code into it. Yeah, as you can see, this is SQL here, and I'm just saying the story has no character details, so it's a new story. So it goes over and makes a character detail. Then we have back to this story view. I want to have that someone can make a new character. And also, I want to have an edit button on the character as well. We'll start with this. You know what, we'll start with making the new page for it. Then we'll have opened page button. We have some text that I added since I started this. I want their physical, their occupation. And a physical description. Also, I want to add a column to the right. For this. So I can instead have it organized this way. And I'll have that at the top. I have a visibility condition. Can I get the current user somehow? Ah, here we go. We're going to have a similar thing here. Where is that? Visibility is here. So then that way things will only show up when need to make sure. Yep, I figured as much. Need to have a table. Again, table is my favorite way to arrange things vertically. You don't have to do it that way, but it's my favorite way to do it. Also, I want to have some space between these buttons, so we're going to have some spacing left. There we go. Now we have some actual space between the buttons. You know what? I'm not going to have that visibility condition. Well, right now it's not running on the web. It's running on my desktop. But if you're saying what the output of it is yeah, the export is it supports mobile. I don't think that it supports desktop unless that's it has a specific section on its export point on the website of send to I think it was iOS and Android app stores. That's a specific button on the website. But when you hit the publish button up here at the top, that creates a URL for it, and it runs on the and it will run on the designated server. The default server is the Mendix Cloud, and I don't know how to change it because I haven't bothered to look into it because it doesn't matter to me personally. They host it for me too? Yes, they do, actually. This is the free version, so despite all of the stuff that I'm putting in here, very important. Oh yeah, it's a fantastic deal for non-programmers. The thing is, I do have to be conscious of how much memory is taken up by stuff, because they have a database limit and they have an overall program limit of half a megabyte to, or half a gigabyte to each of those. So you have 512 megabytes of each. So the database can be half a gig, and the overall app can be half a gig. Now that's a really big program. Don't get me wrong. That's a huge program. But you do have to be conscious of how much information you allow for your stuff. That's why I have a Pokemon database app. It has a list of all of the Pokemon, but it has no images. Why no images? Because they take up more memory. You can store a lot of text in 512 megabytes. You cannot store a lot of images. I am allowing images for this, but I'm going to have an upload limit. Oh yes, it's very small. There are 900 Pokemon. I'm very glad that they fit within the section. You shouldn't be storing images in the database anyway. Yep, basically. I am allowing people to store images here, because I thought it would be a bit of a pain if I could, if I had, I thought it would be a bit of a pain if I had URL uploads because it's so hard. But we are going to, on the character new edit, we have up here, upload image down here. Maximum file size, 1 megabyte. So that's how I'm going to allow people to do that. Web 1.0. People, there are all sorts of image uploaders like Imgur and such, and I could allow Imgur links and so on. Those could be things, but I thought that was a bit of a pain. So instead, I just said, you know what? I'll let people upload their images, just only 1 megabyte. If you know what? I'm going to go ahead and come over here and we'll say larger image. And that'll be a string, unlimited, done. And now if someone wants to make it, we're going to have a text box. And it'll be the large image. And or not the input mask. Type hyperlink here. So then we go to design mode, or I guess it's not there. Anyway, but yeah, type hyperlink here is going to show up down there. Image name. Image size. These aren't editable. Well, no, that's editable. This is not going to be editable. So. You can't do anything to change that anyway, so it's not like... Then we have our history. And you know what, I'll have that as... because this is a tall enough box already. This will be a checkbox. All the way up at the top. And, of course, we need to have... Oh, I can't do it that way. You can just render this as a heading instead. Well, actually, no. I will want that that way because we've got the name down below. Well, it's a pop-up. It'll show up as that anyway. We have right here our properties. It says edit character. That'll be at the top anyway. And now we have the fun part. Making group boxes. And we'll start collapsed. I want to have an accordion down here, I think. Now we get some really long strings here, because... really long conditions here, because we're going to have current object slash story, because it needs to reference the story, slash the character story. Then we have slash the character detail, slash the character detail, because it's the relationship first. Then slash the attribute 1. And I want to note I can keep all of this for each of them. Character story, the story detail, the detail, and attribute 2. Name. Have I done any traditional coding? I started with, I started with TI Basic, but that's on the calculator. In college, I learned C++. I did 2 semesters of it, though I didn't understand the second semester, which is why I dropped out of that and did mechanical engineering instead. I was doing computer engineering. I was like, I don't understand any of the data structures and algorithms class, so we're gonna just drop that out and swap over to mechanical. So there's that. And then after I finished with college and started my job, I found that Visual Basic made my job easier. specifically making Excel macros. So I've done a fair amount of VBA programming, but that's it. And then our visibility condition. Attribute 2. Visual Basic is definitely one of the easier ones. I mean, I was gonna say, you can look everything up, but that's how every programming works. But, I mean, I've seen the minimalist keyboard for programmers, and the 3 buttons on it were Stack Overflow, Control C, and Control V. That's all there was on it. But, that aside, a lot of the functionality in VBA is very easy to work with, especially within Excel. Not how proper programmers code. Fair enough. Fair enough. Alright. And then we have our visibility condition / attribute 3. Done. So then we have our body contents for each, and we have the absolute wonderment that is more list views. Traditional web development, you don't need the computer science stuff. I already sent a lot of it through Mendix. That's fair enough. I'm doing this basically because it's free. If I ever got stuff, and it's fast. If I ever got stuff that was large enough that I actually had to start paying for Mendix, that would be another thing altogether. Then I would start looking into more traditional web app development, or web development. It's just that right now it's free, and and so I do it this way. Do I have... Yeah, there we go. If you click on that link, that is, that's an app that I've made. That was one of the first apps that I made on my account. So let's see, we've got... but I've been maintaining it since, so it does actually have some really nice functionality to it that I've learned how to do. In general, it's got the most fancy things because most screens on there only I'm going to see. And the home page is pretty much the only screen that's accessible to the general user. So I can make it as fancy as I want, and I have no issue with passing any entities around or anything because I don't have to. Not to say passing entities around is hard, it's just that I would have to have so many that I could pass around if I was going to do things like dark mode and such. And if I only have one page, I don't have to worry about that. So next up we have a sort order. Gonna be this one. It's that's an alphabetical sort, in case you're wondering. Okay, so then we have our attributes. And I want to be able to... Oh, this is fun. You know what, instead of listing these as in... We're gonna do... No, well, because this is the way... I can do it this way. So we're going to make a table in each. It's 3 high. And instead of having it that way, we're going to have a... on-click is do nothing. We're going to have a text box here. And it says, it's the attribute. Editable, yes. And we want to have a delete button. You found a bug? What bug? that's a function of how the website works. I couldn't find a way to store the theme to the page itself, or to the session itself. So instead of storing the theme to the session, the theme is stored to the page. So if you leave or refresh the page, it'll swap back to Lightning. I do have local storage, I just don't know how to store a theme. Or are you saying I don't have access to cookies or anything? I do not. I can't make cookies as far as I'm aware. So I don't actually, I don't have any way that I know of on how to access browser local storage. Or, okay. So my answer to that is I don't know. Because I don't know how development like that works. They said that you can store things like that to the user, but obviously it's an anonymous user, so it's not like I want to be doing that. So I might change how that works and make it so that it's stored to the session. Instead of, right now it's just creating a new one whenever you load the page. Anyway, we're back at this. Right, I need to change it so it's selecting from the actual list attribute that it has. And then for each, we're also going to add a create button. It's not going to open up a new page. It needs a page for it. Fine then, we're gonna do something else. Gonna be a call microflow button. How old am I? I don't mind. I'm, 27. Yeah, barely. Going to have create attribute 1. It's gonna pass in. Oh, I have that in the wrong spot. That's what the problem is here. Okay, let's see. Oh no, I don't. Oh yeah, that is definitely in the wrong spot. Never mind. I want that outside the list view. That needs to be outside the list view. I want it to create object. Attribute 1. Refreshing client. Done. That's all I needed. You're fairly young yourself. Alright. Can I really not make a create button? Or for this one to be attached. Select on click page. Yep, okay. Fine. And of course it needs to have the attribute of this. Done. So I think I can just copy this button over. And what it's going to do is different for each one. Copy, paste, and paste. Rename. I saw that it was F2 to do that. Then over here, making an attribute 2. Same thing here, we're making an attribute 3. Alright. I need to go and get more water, so I'll be back in just a second. I'll let it keep going for now. And we're back. Okay, so I think now I have all of the necessary details. Oh, I need to change these to editable. I think now I have all of the necessary details on all these. And then also, I want to come down here. Or, here. Do I have... Yes, I need to do this. Conditionally. Based on expression. Slash... owner equals... the current user. I need to copy that. I'm going to put that on all the attributes here. Well, that doesn't matter. Well, that'll be on visibility. Actually, no, it doesn't matter. It's simply... Yeah, we'll do that. Visibility, so that I don't have... issues with that. Okay. Because I'm trying to make this a multi-purpose page so that you can have this both on new character edits and on when people are simply looking at the character. And since we're not making a separate user role for every user, we're instead doing that we're instead doing conditional editability based on an expression that finds the owner and versus the current user. Same thing here. I'm going to have visibility. Editability. Ah, we're gonna have to do something special for that. Okay, cancel. We're gonna do that later. Now, we have this fun stuff here. Where I make things even longer. Actually, I can... Data view 6. Owner equals current user. Copy. We'll do that same thing for the delete buttons for the visibility. We're going to do that for the whole row. You can set up rows and columns of tables that way. It makes things look a little better. Instead of just doing it by field. Let's see, what else we got? I know this is a pop-up. Maybe I should change that. Because it's a huge pop-up. No, I'll keep it a pop-up. Alright. Let's see. I'm gonna put a URL, a link button down here. Say, call it we'll call it larger image. And the visibility is based on an expression. We want to have burn it, large image. It's not empty. Well, it's not empty. There we go. There we go. The system image will automatically not show up if there's no image, but I want to make it so that it does the same thing for this link here. You character, and then based on the current security settings, so I can't do that just yet. Alright, so now we have this, but I have one more thing I want to implement. So I want to put it in a group box here, so that this list view isn't blocking anything out. Where's the group box? Because now we can make characters. We can make the characters with special attributes. I need to implement character relationships. And I need to make it so that people can see their own characters. So next up, I'm going to make it so that people can see their own characters. So let's start with group boxes so that we don't have this blocking out everything. And that will start expanded. But then at the bottom, we also have your characters. We're gonna have the same thing. It'll say edit character here. And we have some constraints here. Is private needs to be false. And we have our constraint here. Can't do it that way. Okay, fine. We're going to do this based on a microflow. Microflows can do a number of things, not just checking things or creating new items. We can also make lists. And return them for this. So for a given story, it's going to retrieve a list. From the database, and it's the story characters. And then it's going to I can't get that, can I? It's going to filter the list. Based on the system owner. I can't select that. Oh, that's fun. Filter by expression. Current object slash system owner equals the current user. And then we're going to sort the list. By the character name. And this will return a list of type character list, sorted character list. Then we have in our story view, your characters are now the list of all of your characters. Nanoflows are mostly... okay, so... based on the explanation from their training, nanoflows are for, like, phone applications. Like, using built-in properties of stuff the phone can do. Like, if you want to access their maps or whatever. Is the explanation that I understood from their website. I don't actually know what the difference is. I could look it up, though. Here, let me... if I hide this for a second. Alright, let's turn on. So we have microflows and nanoflows here. This is their thing here. Microflows run in the runtime server and therefore cannot be used in offline apps, while nanoflows run directly on the browser or device and can be used in an offline app. Furthermore, most actions in the nanoflows run directly on the device, so there's also a speed benefit for logic which does not need access to the server. There you go. That's the difference. I should be using nanoflows more? Probably. This one could be a nanoflow. I didn't know that, though. Let's see. Right? Well, the thing is, it's accessing the database. I don't know. Yeah, I don't know that anything that's... Because all of this stuff is accessing the database, right? So I don't know that I can run it off of the off of a nanoflow. Fair enough. That's fair enough. That said, none of these character lists I expect are gonna be longer than about 10 characters, maybe 20. So, because this is for player characters, right? Not like NPCs or anything. So, I mean, I have an NPC list for my role playing that I do, and it's 100 characters long. But if I want to list my characters that are like full player details, what's going to kill performance is network latency. Fair enough. I haven't encountered that, but that's because I'm running it on my devices, which generally have really good internet. I don't know how it will work on other people's stuff. Let's see if I could make a nanoflow. I'm just gonna call it nanoflow. It's, that does any of the stuff that I was doing there. So, could we, for example, do the create attribute one thing? Okay, looks like I can do that. Noted. Already in use. Fine. They both do the same thing? Well, now I know what I'm doing, so. This is an attribute 3. I thought for sure there was a convert to nanoflow thing. I guess not. Okay. I will say, I know that one of their new things is when they are compiling the code, even though this might be marked as a microflow, if it's possible to run it as a nanoflow, they will turn it into a nanoflow when the code compiles. So that's another nice thing about it. So that's according to their changelog that I've read. I don't know exactly how it does it, but that's what it says. Yeah. So anyway, the next thing up is I need to do... Right. I never bothered changing this over here. So it needs to be... all nanoflow. That one. Okay. All nanoflow. That one. All nanoflow. And that one. Okay, so we have our character details. We have our the details of characters. I'm gonna change that name here. Then we have on our story view, edit details of characters. Then we have and one thing that I am doing that's smarter than I did before, and it's not anything on the compiler side, is things like the stories and such. We're storing the owner. What I used to do is make a relationship that goes out to the system.user, which essentially accomplishes the same thing, but it makes everything harder. So this is easier to do it this way. It would add 2 extra things within the SQL string. So right now it's going story system.owner equals current user, right? Otherwise, if you had a relationship to a user, instead it would do story slash story user slash user slash name equals current user. Or it'd be user slash... ID or something equals current user. So yeah, this is easier. This is way easier. So then the next thing is we need to come over to right, characters have relationships. It's going to start collapsed. How does this work? Is it going to start all of them collapse? We're gonna go with yes. I don't know what that does, but we'll say yes. Actually, I can probably find out. That's what it does. It just makes things smaller. Takes out some spacing. And relationships is going to be one more list. Yay! By microflow or nanoflow. No, this should probably be by microflow. I'll just do it by microflow. And we're going to do, it's going to retrieve relationships. The reason why I'm doing it this way is because I want to make it so that, when it finds the character at the other end, it checks if the character at the other end is private first. So character, relationship, select. We're getting a relationship list, and then I need to filter by expression. We have current object slash I'm gonna just go with here. Let me see the domain model. Okay. Character relationship is what I want to check. I'm going to change this to target character. I'm doing that so it's a lot easier for me to understand what in the world I'm looking at for those things. When I have reversible, when I have things that go out and back, or in this case, it's actually going this way. When I have things that go out and back, I want to make sure that I understand what I'm looking at, and since the way that they name these is not helpful when you're trying to do that, I need to do that. So we have the target relationship and then the target character. So this is filter by expression, that list, current object, nice. Current object slash target character slash character slash is private equals false. Oh yeah, default names are... I normally don't go by default names on anything, but the why can't I ever remember what it's called? I'll finish this first. Associations. Associations are generally helpful. Two hardest problems in programming are naming things and cache cache invalidation and off-by-one errors. Nice. Yeah, cache invalidation is a problem that I have encountered with this before, which is why I need to make sure that this entire thing here is filled out. It's all done and filled out prior to ever running it, because I have run the program. I have run programs in the past and then ended up with a cache invalidation, which caused me to have to create a new version of the application that had no database, that had no stored database, because it just could not run with the current cache. Anyway, so we have our filtered list, and then we're going to sort the lists. By fun. Oh, I can't go that way. Ah, somebody not in the US. Got it. All right. See you later. Let's start. Do it by this change date. Descending. And then we have this at the end is getting the sorted relationship. Let's see. That goes over to here. Oh, I'm gonna have to do this based on... It will retrieve a list of character story characters. And then it'll sort them. Okay. Does it need this? No. If it needed that, it would have popped up with an error, but instead it had a warning. I was like, no, it doesn't need it. Okay. Back over to here. We have relationship to the character, and then we also need to have a text box for the, we need to have radio buttons first. And it's this town, this thing. And then we have a text box. The other relationship. And we want to have conditional visibility. Oh, no, based on attribute. Alright. Easy enough. only if it equals other. And then the last thing is I need to have the things that it generates in generate opposite relationships. Paired. The paired relationship. I'm gonna change the name of the microflow. Let's see. Success. And I need, let's see. So what it does is first I'm going to have to check, is it a type that can do it? I have the type. I want get key. Parent or child or and if it's false, we're just going to end. And then we want to check if that relationship already exists. Which is going to be fun. we have the relationship to the target character slash... Oh, no. We're going to need to do a thing. Retrieve a list. Relationship, target character, retrieve a list of characters. No. Character, target relationship. Then we need to do a list operation. Filter, relationship list, target character, and a equal character. Then we need to find the matching one. We're gonna have 3 if-thens. Because this decision is basically an if-then else. Let's see, so we have... We have the relationship slash R-type. I don't know why everything is always so low on the thing. Up higher. Well, no, I don't need a third decision. I already decided that it's a pairing type, so if it's not a parent or a child, it's a spouse. And now, I need to find by expression. Reciprocal relationship list. And instead of relationship, I need current. Just make sure this is... Yeah, there we go. Type equals child. Find by expression. And this needs to be parent. And this is also find by expression. And we're finding spouse. Now our next thing. Oh, actually, I'm gonna move this. Because it can do that. Next up. Now we're going to see all of it. Now we have, does the matching thing exist? And this is true. No, I didn't call it that. On. Done. And this is true. So when it's true, it just goes to the end. But when it's false, you need to make a new one. We're making a relationship. We need this is from the character to the relationship. And it will be relationship / target character. Our target character will be character. And this is the parent, so we're making a child. If I hit Control Space, then I get a list of actions I can do. Alright, here's the... Thank you. That is not at all what I wanted, but okay. Wait, we have search bar for a reason. Let's see. I'm sorry, I'm having trouble reading that. Low code close to the metal. Angry moose on the loose. Welcome to the stream. Huh. Oh. No. Low code is the opposite of close to the metal. It's I'm doing very little code. The problem is that I don't know what code to put right here. Yes, welcome to the stream. What I'm doing right now is I'm looking at the help thing because I don't know what I'm trying to set here. What I'm doing right now is I'm trying to set. I'm trying to do change item. So maybe if I look up change item, this will. How about expressions? Can I find it this way? Enumerations. Is it programming using GUI? Yes, it is. You're not seeing very much of it right now. Because right now I'm looking at the help window, because I don't know what it is I'm trying to do. Alright, fine. We're going to just do this the hard way. Google. Alright, we have... That's not what I want. Because this is... He's setting an integer value. I need to change an enumeration value, not an integer value. I can do that easy. Ah, that's what I wanted. Alright, done. So I can turn off the URL blocker. Okay. I didn't think to do that. Okay. We're trying to set it as child. Well, that would have been easy. Alright. Now we have a new relationship. Then we have to do this again. And a third time. So you can see the code is largely not you can see the code here is largely not code, it's just selecting things out of a list. So this is an easier level of things than doing it directly in, say, HTML or Python or something. Not to say it's that those things are bad or anything, they just have different uses. This is for making simpler things in a shorter time. This is probably the hardest thing that I've done so far. For this application here. I'm just trying to make it so you can have between Unity blueprints and Scratch. Yeah, probably. So what it is it's a character organizer, right? So you can make a character you can make characters have relationships with each other, right? And I figured if it's parent, child, or spouse, then it would be reciprocal, right? So you would want to have, it so that it... Oh my goodness. They managed to find a thing that gets past my blocker. Okay. Wow, that's terrible. It takes up so much space. Okay. So yeah, the way that this works is, and you know what, I'm gonna clear my chat here, so sorry about your message, but it's gonna be gone. Because I don't want that showing up on my video for so long. Anyway, so the, when I've spoken with people who are actual programmers and not me, and they've said that the first thing that you do when you're making a program is you'll flowchart it out, and this is the program. You're not flowcharting out the functions. This is the function. So that's what's meant by low code. Is you don't have to flowchart out anything. The flowchart is the code. Writing the program's like 15% of the time spent. Yeah, probably. Anyway, so now we have our character relationships, and we can generate paired relationships now. First, it checks that they don't already exist, and then it makes sure, and then if they don't exist, then they will create the new ones. So then we've got all of these in, and I think that's it for our characters. I need to make a button so you can make a new relationship. That's important. Alright, so we're going to do a thing similar to the create attribute stuff. Call nanoflow button. I'm getting a lot of programmers in here today, which, to be fair, my category is software and game development. But this isn't my normal stream. I don't normally stream doing this. I'm just doing this because I'm at a sub goal. I'm not saying I don't normally do this. I do have this as a hobby of sorts. It's just, I want to create an object. Relationship. And the target relationship character. And then now we have our relationships button. So I think that's it for relationships. And now I have one more thing that I want to do. And that is, I need to come all the way back up to our home. Well, first I need to make a login button. That's the most important thing here. I need new logins default. Oh. And for some strange reason, I really don't know why, this cancel button, by default, does nothing. Why? Why, Mendix? Why? Close page. That's what it's supposed to do. Normally, if you just click on that if you click on the cancel button, nothing happens. It doesn't close the page or anything. It does nothing. Anyway, back to the home menu. We have our login button. We need a log out button. It's one of the defaults, isn't it? No? Or it's done in security, that's why. Where is it? Authentication. A sign out button. That'll just be a default button, and I need to have space to its left. Actually, no. I'm not going to. You're only going to see one or the other. Let's see. Do I have anything else that I need to do for the MVP? Ah, yes, I do. I want to add a page. It's a list, and it's just going to be your character list. And this will be characters. And constraint is this will be coming from a microflow. No, it's not editable. On click is going to show this one. Oh. This is going to be user characters. It's going to be all stories. I don't know how to modify that stuff. We're going to do just retrieve. Done. And we're filtering by the current user. And you get the sorted character list. Then we need to go back to the character list here. Data source is by user characters. And I'm going to save. Oh. That's what the blue dot at the top means. It's unsaved. And for right now, I'm going to actually take a break. I've been at this for 3 hours. I'll be back in just a bit, okay? Okay, dude. You caught me just when I went on break. So we're in the middle of programming a character organizer, and I'm nearly at the end here, I think. I want to have this as a heading. Heading. As you go down the heading list, they get smaller and smaller. We have their name, their picture, that's going to be a button. You just beat Portal 2. Nice. How am I doing? Did I get a haircut or something? I got a haircut on Monday. Before stream. if you're thinking I look different other than that, it's probably just because I'm looking to the right to see chat, instead of looking straight forward. Because chat is on my right today, instead of the normal position of right in front of me. Because my right side monitor is smaller than my main, than the one that is between me and the TV. So I normally have, so that's why I'm doing all my stuff on the main monitor. So let's see, the next is, well, honestly, I could probably, let's, so what's this thing I'm creating? It is a, that's weird that I can't flip it. Probably because I'm streaming, in the middle of streaming. Anyway, what is the thing I'm creating? I am making a character organizer. It's for roleplay, generally. So for D&D, they have all sort of character creators, and they'll organize the characters into different campaigns and everything. But for non-D&D, there's not a lot of it, and a lot of people will just say, we'll just use the D&D character creator and ignore all of the values in it. Because I don't want any of that stuff. We're just trying to organize our characters. So there's a box for D&D? I guess. I just think of it as books. Anyway, so instead of using a D&D character creator thing, this is a custom character creator for roleplay and such. So D&D is referred to as a tabletop because it doesn't have like a board per se. The Dungeon Master will just make maps. And they might take like a board that has squares on it and then draw out their borders, but it's not generally using prescribed stuff unless you're doing a campaign that that Wizards of the Coast wrote. So then, next up we have, I need a table. His private doesn't appear. Actually, no, this is your character list, that'll appear. So when you have a Boolean value, it'll appear as yes or no, which, to be fair, that's not a bad set, right? Yes or no, not bad when you're looking at people seeing things. Is private as a Boolean value. There are problems, though, that I have encountered in other programming. I was using Bluebeam, which is a PDF editor, and I know whatever they did wasn't standard to JavaScript, which is their programming language, because whenever you had a Boolean value, The options were yes or off. I mean, I understand when it's yes or no, on or off, true or false, but yes or off? Seriously? Whatever. So I had to check for the values yes or off whenever I wanted to do that stuff. Anyway, now we have the occupation. Get rid of the image stuff. No, I want that. Sorry. Honestly, that should go at the top here. Story is private. Age. Alright, that's fine. Go ahead. An occupation. Physical description. I can get rid of this row. And this one. And history. Thinking of that, I want to go back to character new edit. Age, years, auto, and then full name, autocomplete off. Where is it? Occupation, also off. And then over on the story view, I want to change this so you can make things a little better. Give their name. That's going to be a heading 4. Yeah, I'll make it heading 3. Now I'll make it heading 4. Heading 4 is fine. Heading 5 and 6 are actually smaller than text, they're just bold. Yeah, I think that looks good. And then back over to here, we have the character list. I'm going to want edit character. And new character. Oh, and this process. And I have one more thing that I kept forgetting to put in here. I want to have a reference selector. Select the story that it's in. Title. Is private, is... That's the very first thing that you need to put in because it changes whether anything else is gonna be there. I need to have the conditional editability. And then I also totally forgot about this. We have all our attributes down here, but I also need skills, story, character detail, slash, skills. And then we have equipment. And yeah, magic. We'll just put magic there as the label. Slash spells. Now we have the thing that I totally forgot to do in the domain model, which is actually make objects for those. Equipment. And the last one is okay. And one more thing to do. On delete of the story object, get rid of these character objects. The character details. On delete of the character object, delete attribute 1, and so on down the list. You don't want to be keeping all of these things in the database with no associated stuff. Okay. That said, characters can be disassociated from stories. I want to be able to see the 1 and 1 there. Characters can be disassociated from stories, but all of these things should be associated to characters. And then, lastly, I want to... Because they all have their user, their user who made them, and that's the important part there. So stories and characters can be accessed just by the user. So we have the character list here. This is your own character, so you can edit all of these. So I don't need to have conditionals on it. I need to make new as conditional visibility. I'll work on that later. I have my character list, and then we're also going to have... I'm actually gonna just duplicate this. No, I'm not going to. I'm going to have add page, another list, and this is story list. It's gonna be the same thing as here. It's just I need to have it for stories, not characters. Data source is going to do a microflow. Actually, first, then, I need to... We have the user characters, then we're going to duplicate this. We're going to have users' stories. Instead of a character list, we're getting a list of stories. That's still a valid expression, so I just need to change the name here. We're going to sort by the title. And it's going to be a list of stories. On-click show. We actually have a story view already, so we can just do that. And we're going to have a thing for creating a new story. We have our title, that's going to be a heading. Then we have this fun thing with the genre again. If it's other. Other genre. Where's the... On the home view. Where's the home web? It's in alphabetical order. I would hope that I would be able to find it, but whatever. Yeah, okay. I was just making sure that it said get caption, not get key. Then we have, back down to story list. We have our short description and our long description down here, so that they can check it. Then we also have is private. We're going to rearrange this a little bit. Let's see. I don't think there's anything else I have to have here. Okay, dude. I'll just have text here that says click for... Alright, then. And then we've got... I think that's all that I needed. I'll work on the duplicate character thing later. Let's see. Okay, so that's all of the initial stuff. Now, we're done with all of this stuff down here. What do we do next? We have to enable security settings. Actually, I need to do navigation first because I don't have... I have 2 pages that you can't access. So... I need the character list. And it's going to have user. And then we also have the story list. I'll use the pencil, and it shows story list. Now we have security. Set it to production. Now we have a lot of stuff to add. User roles. I need a... new administrator. We're gonna just say okay right now. So this is going to create a whole lot of stuff. First off, we have a thing here. We need administrator. No, I don't actually need that. Anyway, so we have our user roles here. Actually, no, I will need a user role of administrator down here. And I totally forgot about one more thing that I need to put in for the admin. I need to come down here to home page. And I need to have a button for opening the administration page. User management, admin, account overview. That's just for me, so... Now we have role-based visibility. Create user request should only be visible for users. Account overview. I don't need to do that because it'll know that only I should be able to see it. Our overall security, I need to have. It's also an admin here. That doesn't matter. Yes, I want demo users. For right now, I will need that. Anonymous users, yes. Anonymous user role is user. Our password policy... Generally speaking, this is pretty okay. Require digit, require mixed case, minimum length, require symbol. I'll say yes. Just so dictionary attacks are harder. Then we can double click on these things and it will open up the relevant thing. So, character new edit. I think everyone should be able to access everything. Yeah. There's not anything that on here that I need that's strictly for the admin. Let's see. What else we got? Microflow access. All of these should be accessible to everyone. Nanoflow access, everyone should access everything. Entity access, that's where we get the fun stuff. Alright. Select all and then discard user request, because that's the only special thing here. For users, I want you to be able to create and delete everything, and everything you can read write. Done. Next, user request. For admins, I can delete existing objects, read everything, and done. And then for users, you can create new objects, and you can read and write everything. So yes, the admin actually has fewer rights than user requests. than users when it comes to user requests. But it's because users need to make them, and I need to delete them. What's not done? Entity access? I'm not using Mendix SSO, so I just did that. If I had any idea what I was doing, I would not do that. But I'm not using it at all, so... Actually, it might be smarter to just delete Mendix SSO. Yes. There we go. Done. And it deleted all my stuff. That's fine. Yeah, if I was using Mendix SSO, then that would be cause for concern, but... And I'd have to actually learn what all of the stuff meant. But I don't know what all of the stuff means, and I don't care because I'm not using it. It just comes in default. I need to delete, read, done. And then request user needs to create, write, done. Okay. Is there any other security stuff in here that didn't save? Alright. Anonymous users, yes. User. Demo user is going to be on right now. Alright, so that's done. And now I need to go through all of my pages and fix them up for the fact that I now have user roles. I think the new edit pages are good, but... where's our navigation? Darn it. I can't do it that way, because it's going to throw a bunch of errors if someone's not signed in. Okay, no errors. Awesome. Navigation. Why can't I... Character list needs to be not visible. Or not. Oh, that's what the issue is. I did need that anon user. Okay, so we have the anon user, and then we have... So page access, this guy can see... those. Can't see story list. We'll just do that. Anonymous can't do anything, I don't think. Because they don't have any stuff. So, that's good. And it flows, we're fine. And new, we have... user request for Anonymous is they can read and write, create, read, write. Okay. And then also, for everything else, they can read. Oh. That's what the issue is there. Turn those on. This error thing at the bottom is very helpful. Okay, so what else we have here? No access to retrieve relationships. Okay. We have our entity access. Admins and users can read and write everything, basically. And Anonymous can read everything. Alright, I think everything is set here. I think we're all ready. So now we have the next fun thing. Publishing. Just make absolutely sure we've got our home here. Login should only be visible to people who are not signed in. Sign out should only be visible to people who are signed in. And then that's conditional based off of all buttons and such are visible based off of whether someone can actually do what it says. So for example, this says it creates an object, therefore Anonymous, which cannot create objects, will not be able to see this button. So that's a nice thing. Count overview should only be visible for me, because I'm the only person who can see it, who can actually do that, and so on. I don't have to actually change any visibility settings for that. Then we have... I think everything is all set up. I think so. So what we're going to do is I'm going to file, save all, and then I'm going to publish. And the first time it does this, it will take a while. Because it's generating the URL and everything. So we watch the thing in the top right where it says, your app is being published. That goes away after a bit, and then it's going to, in the same spot, we're going to get a similar box that says your app is published. Or we'll get an error that says it isn't. That happens sometimes too. Basically based on the strength of my internet. So yeah, I've been at this for about 4 hours. And I finally have something that I think is worth publishing. But compare that to how long it would probably take if I wasn't using a low-code app developer, where it probably would take weeks. So yeah, that's the strength of this. It might not be as customizable, or as readily customizable as something that you make yourself, but also it looks nice and clean and everything, and it has a lot of control to it, and it's fast. Because the resulting app isn't going to have that Internet of the 90s look that any new code developer is likely going to end up with. We have really nice looking buttons and everything. But yeah, right now I'm just watching this this button up here. Like I said, it takes a while. And then when that is done, I need to... There's a couple more things that I need to work on to set up. I'll have a URL blocker up on top. It's just a black bar. So you can't see where that is accessed. And then... But then once I've sorted that out and everything, then... Then once I've done that, I will, be all set to go. And I will unblock the URL, and people who are watching can actually go and see the people who are watching the stream can actually go and see and use the app. Just, you know, whenever this finishes. Come on. I was fully aware that this would take a while. I just didn't have anything to talk about. And yeah, it takes 5 to 15 minutes. Is my estimation. I don't actually know. I don't have a record of like how long it takes. I've never timed it before. I just know that generally when that happens, I just go and do something else. Open up Discord or something, and not really anything to do other than just wait. Can't edit the app while it's doing this. I mean, you could. I don't know what it would do, so I don't try. But alright, your app is published. Okay, so that only took like 5 minutes. So now I can view the app, which means I need to block the URL. Alright, so I need to come over here, and I can change to Demo Administrator. Account Overview. This is the stuff that I see. New local user. And we'll be working on that, so it has it there. I'm going to just say right now, I'm going to fill this out with the screen blacked out, okay? So now I have my my stuff done there. So now we're going to go into the security. I need to turn off demo users. Demo users means that you can just click a button and change into the administrator role and stuff, and I do not want that. I do not want people to have that that power. So that's why I had the URL blocker and everything, so nobody could get to it. I do really like all of this music. I might go back. He has more... Wintergatan has... or I guess it's a company. There's a few people on it. Wintergatan has more tracks than just the 11 that I have, but I only downloaded the 11 because I figured I wouldn't use more than that. But now I'm doing streams where I'm just sitting here with no video game music, so maybe I should. Alright, app is published. So, URL blocker. Let's see. Awesome, no demo users. Let's turn off the blocker. Okay, so, the last part where it says profile responsive, you don't need that to actually get there. That's just, I can have multiple profiles, For example, on mobile, there's Profile Mobile. I don't have a Profile Mobile set up, this is just the MVP. But if you go to that link, you can actually check out the app yourself. So, here's my sign-in. I can make a story. Let's see. We have our this is one of my this is a roleplay that I run right here. So I'm gonna just go ahead and fill out some basic details for that and see if it fits. Let's see, what do we got? If it all works out for this. I hit, okay, so then we want to have skills, equipment, and spells, and no additional attributes. We'll have one just to see that it works. So then if we click on it, it takes us to here. We have a new character. This is for the story World of Chaos. It's not private. We have I'm just doing something basic. Because I'm just trying to test the app. I don't need to do anything super special here. So we have this, okay, so we have images, okay. I'm going to blank out my screen here because I don't want everyone seeing my, all of my images. Okay, so I screwed up down here. The skills and such don't have new buttons. So my unknown attribute is whoops! And I need to change the age so that it's not showing the full decimals like that. So then I have it under my characters as well. And then I need to make it so that that shows occupation right there. If I go to my character list, I have Emily. My stories, I have World of Chaos. And I need to say private, have the private no there. Okay, so we have a few things to change, and I need to move this to a new line. And I also don't need the edit character button because I can click on it and I get the same thing. Okay. So yeah, if you want to check it out, you can see it there. And if you want to create a user request, here you go. I note that create user request is present for me, so that means I have more roles than I thought I did. So let's go back to here. So in our security, administrator, not be a user. And then, and just in case you're wondering, yes, multiple people can use the website at once. There's no limit to that. It's just that I only see what's on my thing. You can even have multiple windows open of it at once. It's just that it doesn't store anything to your browser or anything. There's no browser cookies for it, so it's not going to keep you signed in. There's no stay signed in button. Each window that you have of it open is separate. Now, other things, I need to go over to the character list. I don't need this edit character button. And I can say, I can put in text. And I want to have, a table. Too high. And same thing over at story list. At the table. So those are on separate lines. And then I don't need that. I do want this on separate lines. I'll put a table inside the table. You can do that. Well, another thing I can do is actually, instead of a table and a table, if you set it up as a heading, then it won't actually, then it will never share a line. You can see this over on the design mode. Yeah, heading 4 is fine. I want to set up all of the age boxes so that they only show it with auto on the... we have story view. On the decimal places. Instead of fixed. It looks weird. And I'll have this as heading 3. And I also want to have this all the way up here. So in case you're wondering, the two ways to organize things into rows like this is tables and layout grids. Layout grids are less convenient, which is why I use tables, but what they do is layout grids, you can set it up 12 is the width of a row. And you can add rows to layout grids, and each of them will be set up separately from the top, from all the others. Tables, meanwhile, are not independent on the row sizes, on the sizes of each column, but they can be set in percents that are down to the individual percent. Like I can have 51% and 49% instead of the must be whole numbers that add up to 12. However, for layout grids, unlike for tables, you can say auto fit to content. And then it's just like, you know, on a table in Excel when you double click on the border and it just scrunches it in or widens it out until it fits whatever's in it. Does the same thing on the layout grid, except you don't have to double click anything. So it's not... They each have their strengths and weaknesses, and generally I just use tables because that's the faster thing for making multiple rows. Especially because I usually use tables for the sole purpose of making things go onto multiple rows. There's other ways to do that too, by the way. I don't have to make a table. In fact, I might want to go ahead and do it that way on things that are huge, like the character new edit. Well, that doesn't matter. Character list? Yeah, I could. Okay, so another way you can do it is you can make a container. And you can go into the container properties, and you go over to align content. And you can say left align as a row, or as a column. Left align as a row is the default, by the way. It may say blank, but left align as a row is the default. But if you say, you know, left align as a column, then everything will be on a separate line. However, then I can't have things like this, where I have it on two separate things like this. I like to have the spacing, but it'll have less spacing between the lines. If you have tables, there's more spacing between the lines. So, what were the other... Oh, right, I need to actually do create skills. Oh my goodness, I can't believe I forgot to do that. Can't believe I forgot to do that. Alright, and then into character new edit. I need to duplicate the setup for these. Go off that. But those are all showing attribute 1, so I need to fix that. Skills. And I need the skill description. editability. This calls create equipment. And this is equipment. Sort order is by the equipment name. Let's see. This is the equipment name. Editable. This is calling create spell. And we have text area. I'll make it 3 lines, just like with the equipment. Skills are generally easier to describe, so that's why there are only 2 lines. Then description, conditionally editable. Okay, I think I've got that all set up. So the first thing it does when you hit publish is it saves everything you've got, and then it starts to upload. So I don't have to separately hit save all. The nice thing about the publishing thing is it just replaces everything that's on the current URL. If you still had it open when it finished publishing, it would refresh the page and everything's good. Now, if you were editing something, too bad you lost all your work, but... And now if I'm signed out, I can see this stuff. I don't have any characters because I'm signed out. But I can see Emily. If I view the character, so here's all the stuff, none of it's editable. You can see the image, what it's called, the image size, so you can tell, oh yeah, this is how much I can put in. And honestly, this is huge amount of detail on this image. And I allowed up to 1 megabyte, and it's just over 100 kilobytes. So honestly, I think I could probably reduce that size on the image uploader. Now if I log in, I should be able to create skills now. Yes, awesome. Okay. So if we expand a new one on the accordion, then it contracts the others. He didn't have any magic anyway. It closes the page. I need to change that. It's not supposed to close the page. Did I at least get to save all the other details? Yes, all the other details saved. That's good. And if I say private, save, then it goes away from all characters, and only I can see it. And it says private, yes. Now it says private, no. Alright. I need to change it so the delete function on that stuff doesn't close the page. Thankfully, that's as simple as changing a single property on the button. Instead of what we did with the create, where I had to go and make a whole nano flow just to duplicate the process without opening a page. And I want that to be a checkbox. Alright. I think that's decent now. You saw upload image was hidden when I was not. Can I do additional conditional visibility on things? I don't think I do need to. I'm gonna check one more thing on if I can do further conditional visibility on stuff. Well, actually, since I'm multi-purposing the page, I guess I can't. Suppose I could do exclusive ors if that's available. Well, it'd be visibility, wouldn't it? So... current user... And there we go. So it's not the current user and it's blank. Although I want this in a physical description, not on where it currently is. So now if they're not the current user and it's blank, then it doesn't appear. Done. Same thing for all of these. I'll hit grow automatically on this one. If the image size is blank, then you haven't uploaded one. I'll go with image name. So, That should also apply. Where is it? Hmm. You can't compare binary and empty. Let's see, what can you compare? Because there's no point in showing up image details if there's nothing there. You know what? I'm gonna just ignore this. Cancel. I do want the header mode to be lower though, because it's so huge. Yeah, basically, if it's blank, it won't show up. Is basically what's going on here. Those names should be required. Oh, I know why they're not required. Never mind. Because if they were required, then the new button would cause issues. Because of the way the nanoflow works. So let's see. I didn't hit commit though. Then it wouldn't refresh. Okay, never mind. Alright, so we go back to the character new edit. Still gonna put it on the... I'm not gonna put it on the skill name anyway, I'm gonna put it on the description. I don't have the conditional editability. That's weird. I should I should definitely have that. Alright, that should all be fixed now. If you're wondering, the play and stop buttons up here are so that you can run the entire application locally. It's locally hosted on your machine, which would be helpful if the reason why I'm publishing is because I want to have it publicly available for folks. If I was just debug testing, yeah, I could totally just run it on my machine. But the debug test has a separate, it has an entirely separate database to, so the local host is a separate database to online. And since I have all that information on the online profile, I prefer to use it that way instead of via the local debugger. But if I was not so sure that everything would work the first time, when I originally pushed to publish, I probably should have pressed the play button instead. Run locally. But it mostly worked right, because most of what I did today was stuff I already knew how to do. The only thing that's new is the generate paired relationship thing, and considering how that command ended up being, I'm fairly certain that works too. But I'm gonna go ahead and check it. In fact, I'm going to hide my desktop for just a second so I can open Excel. I have Excel open on my other display, so I don't have to worry about hiding that. I'm gonna check out the relationships thing. And I have an actual character for, Emily's mom, so I'm going to go ahead and use the information that I have there. Or her dad. I have information for both of them. I just have to do one or the other now. I'd say I got done most of what I planned to get done for today. The only thing left would be the duplicate character method, which is hard. I'm gonna just put it out there. It's gonna be hard. I might do that after stream. The point of duplicate character would be I use the characters that I have in several stories. So I was hoping that, it'd be easy to craft. Let's say I used a similar version of Emily in 2 different stories, then I could have the one in World of Chaos, and then I could have the one in the other story, and creating the new one would simply be as simple as making a duplicate of the character, including all of their relationships of everything, and then it just allows you to edit all of that stuff again, and you can just change it what's necessary. At least I think it'll be hard to do it. It might not be. I'm gonna go ahead and I think that's what I'm gonna take a look at next. Assuming everything works pretty okay. I'm gonna have this as a private character, just to check the relationship stuff. But let's see. Oh, because it's a new character, it doesn't have the. So I'll need to change that out. And that's why everything else is hidden like that is. Error. I see. Alright, because he's a new character. Oh, no, it's causing... Okay, I have problems. Got it. Let's take out all of those visibility conditions. That stinks. I thought that it would work better than that, but I guess not. Always. Done. Thankfully, it's very easy to change the visibility stuff. Just click on always. Done. Matter of fact, I think I may need to make a demo user, or a test user, just to make sure that none of these things are editable. By the wrong person. Here I thought I was being clever. Then it didn't work at all. Well. Ah, I see what all of those warnings are. So these validation rules are supposed to have error messages. Fewer errors now. Let's see. Over up here. I need to create a dummy account. Don't care. I do actually need to be able to remember this. I'm gonna have this generate me one, copy it, fill it, no. And then I'm going to put it on Excel so I have it stored somewhere. And the dummy account is simply so that I can check how things look. Okay, so you can change that. That's awesome. Didn't know that. Okay, that should pull an error. That shouldn't be. That shouldn't even be available. Like the other stuff isn't available, but that one is. I don't know why. Let's see. Well, at least now I can access these. So there's that. Error. Okay, I'm gonna need to figure out what's going on with that. But at least that's working. So the new relationship thing needs work, but everything else seems to be working. Yeah, so Why is that specifically weird? Let's check the security. What's the difference in these? There has to be some difference somewhere. It doesn't seem to be in security. So then it must be under... it's not under the paired relationship because it's not even doing that. Might be that he's not. Here, let me. If I make him public, would that fix the error? No. I don't get it. What's the difference between that and all the other stuff? I'm doing this in exactly the same way as everything else. Maybe I should just hit no commit? How do I do that? So here's what happens if you run it locally. Guess I'm not doing the duplicate character thing today. This is on a local host, you can see. I don't have any logins for it. Right. We're gonna just run it on the non-local host. Oh. Okay. Publish. Yeah, I'll probably end up doing the duplicate character other time. Why is the relationship giving me so much problem? Yeah, duplicate character necessarily would not duplicate relationships, but it would duplicate everything else. Relationships relate to other characters, right? So. Yeah, that's why there's a reason why I made sure everything worked before I started uploading it on here, because you can see a lot of time is spent just waiting. This is why the troubleshooting phase for me just takes ages. Because I'll get it working, I'll get it to a reasonable state of working, then upload it, and then I just wait. And wait. And wait. That's why the first 4.5 hours of the stream, we're doing all of the back end for stuff. And then I started uploading. Because even incremental change starts taking ages. That's why they have the localhost thing. I'm just clarifying. That's why they have the localhost thing. It's just I already uploaded it. Don't want to mess around with the admin user again. And yeah, that's what's going on. All right. Published, let's see it. First, I should not be able to... Awesome, it's not there. Okay. Next up, we're gonna log in as the dummy. I stored the password on Excel. And then it's still there. Weird. Okay, it doesn't do anything. It's still there. So I'm gonna have to just turn off the visibility for that. The same way I did with everything else. With the conditional editability on everything else. Next up, sign in with my actual account. That's not doing anything. Why? Why is it not doing anything? Well, this is an issue. What if I hit new relationship and then save? Edit him again. Is it there? It is not there. Yeah, okay, this is gonna be fun. Come on, I just want to have this relationship thing work. I don't get why this works for everything else, but not this. Why is it not working? Yeah, I'll do it from this. Why is this one thing not working at all? If you hit F1, it'll open the help. I just want to see... Oh. Oh, whoops. I didn't know about these at all. Whoops. Okay. That would probably save me some effort. That's okay. It's fine, it's fine. Now I know about it. Anyway, I don't have a yes without a answer. It's just no. I just want to get this working. That'll be the end point for the stream, because that's the minimum viable product, is having relationships work. In addition to all of the other stuff, because I have all the other stuff working. All the other stuff works, I just need to get relationships working. It looks like I don't need the dummy profile anymore, though. So that's good. There we go. Published. Okay, we're not... not doing anything. Alright. It needs to commit. Like I said, I'm gonna go get more water. Okay. Looks like it should work. Come on. Why does it work with every other item, but not relationship? Everything seems to be just fine. The most I could possibly come up with would be if, because there's no target character, it causes issues with the public relationship list. In which case, I would just delete the filter out of that. The idea here is just that I don't want it to show relationships with characters that aren't public. Well, I could just take that out. At the same time, you're not supposed to be able to say... You're not actually able to select a character for a relationship that isn't public, so that shouldn't cause an issue anyway. I need to log in first. Yep, that's what the error is. Okay. So I need to turn off the filter. And I need to go over to the create relationship, or no, I need to go over to this and get rid of the validation loop. Right? No, sure. Validation rule is fine, but I need to not have it not commit the item. Because commit is when it checks the validation rules. Why? Why? What's going on? Why does it not... It made it... Why can't it do that? Ah! Okay, let's take out the validation rule. Hopefully I can make it now. I think I will be editing today's video. Published. It works! Hopefully that worked. Yes! The paired relationship worked! Okay, now I'm gonna do this, generate paired relationship, and save. Now, it should only have one. Yes! Okay, it works! It works! It works, I'm done! Okay, so we have now a character organizer that can save dynamic characters with dynamic details. If I view her now, it goes away. With, you could have public or private characters. Her relationship is still visible, but it doesn't give you much more than just their name and relationship. So I'm not super concerned about that unless people are, unless something is really super important to them that they can't, But I do want to note, if you make a new relationship, he is okay, never mind. I need a delete button on these. That's okay. Delete button is easy. I'll do that later. Yeah, delete button's easy. I can do that later. Everyone knows how I'm gonna do that. So yeah, anyway. We have our list of characters, we have, and the large image shouldn't be visible, but I didn't set visibility on it, did I? So I'll go ahead and fix that too. It is properly visible here, so, or not visible. Anyway, we have dynamic characters, we have dynamic details on characters. We have dynamic public or private. Everything is dynamic about this, and people can oh, I should make that visible to anonymous folks too. this stuff over here. Or I mean the button for it. I guess I don't have that right now. But yeah, everything works enough. I'll be fixing let's see, so we need security, entity access, the anon access to user request. That's full read and full write. Weird. What if I go to homepage? Ah, selected roles. Okay. So yeah, that's visible now too. So you can make a user request. So if you want me to make a user for you, then there you go. We'll go ahead and make the character new edit. I need a delete button. It needs to be here. Let's see. I need spacing left, higher large, and then I need this on the visibility. And I also need to make it so it doesn't close the page. Okay. Alright then. But yes, now it works. It generates paired relationships as I wanted it to. Awesome. Why is this still selectable objects? Story characters should not go. Why does it... Find usages. It's just there? Oh, whatever. Alright then, fine. It's only used once, so let's fix this. We're gonna put in that filter. And then we're gonna sort this one. And as for the thing where I had to keep resizing the pop-up so that it would scroll, that's just an issue with Mendix. I have no idea why their pop-ups work that way. But yeah, if you make them too tall, and they go off the end of the page, simply moving them around or resizing them or whatever will allow you to let them scroll. I don't know why. I don't know why it works like that, but that's how it is. Alright. So just one more time of publishing, and it should be all set up now. Then anyone who wants to use this can. Now, I will still have to create profiles for them so that they can do all of their stuff, but then they can do that. And they can decide whether they want their stuff to be visible or not, and to other people, and nobody can edit their characters except themselves and everything. So, hey. But I do want to clarify, this was 6.5 hours of work. This was stuff that I was going to end up using anyway, but if I'm going to make something that I'm not going to be using for someone else, it will cost them money. I think I would charge a reasonable rate, like probably $20 an hour, because I put in a lot of work to get to even to this skill level of doing it, and then so probably would be, $120 for a website like this, but I think that's fairly reasonable rates considering what I looked up online. If you want to hire someone else to make a website like this without using low code, because it didn't say that on the thing I was reading, without using low code, $5,000. So yes, I think I charge reasonable rates. $5,000 for a website like mine. I would charge $200. Of course, I mean, I'm doing it on this. I'm publishing it to the Mendix cloud. There's another functionality to here though. In case you don't want it published to the Mendix cloud, there's this export app package. You know what this sends? Every single thing that I worked on today, except what's on the cloud itself. And you know what? If I want to add that too, that's in here too. Add snapshot of data. And then you can export it with the data. So, yeah, it's not unreasonable if you want to do something like that. And that's what I would be doing if is instead of publishing it on my account on the website, I would give the entire app package to whoever was commissioning it. And from there, getting it on your own thing is as simple as hitting import app package and then publish. App is published. So now anonymous users can create a user request. Relationships. I can delete this. can't... Hugh is no longer selectable, so I can't pick him. But in his relationships, Emily is still there. So I can turn off the character as private, generate the paired relationship, and then save. And she has this relationship with Hugh. Done. So, that is going to be all for today. I have a website that is now up. And if you go to this link, whenever it lets me chat, if you go to this link, you can use this. And it works reasonably well. I wouldn't say it's like an absolutely perfect app or anything like that. It's not totally done. It doesn't have, the duplicate character method that I was talking about, but it works reasonably well, which is pretty good for 6.5 hours of work. So, that's going to be all for today. So thanks for watching, and I hope to see you next time.